desktop. Let's start with desktop. Good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to Simply Learn. My name is Richard, and I'm the GTA for the day 1 and day 2, so I kind of work in the background. Give me just a moment. We still have 5 minutes before we officially start. Let me just, hope we can just get this stuff minimized off to the side. 5 minutes, I'll start the class and go over some of the basic things on the website and what you're looking at, and then I'll hand it over to your trainer. And, open up and see if your trainer is available so he can say hi today. Here we go. The name right, Shubham?
Are you here? Yeah, I'm here. Very much here.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
Very good evening from India.
Oh, excellent, excellent. Yeah, I'm in the States, so it's early morning for me and evening for you.
Yeah.
And you've been with Simply Learn for a little over a year, is that right?
It's a long time.
Oh, it's a lot. I love working with them. You know, great classes. I hate in the back a lot, but I certainly enjoy it.
Yeah.
I'll be doing the first 10 minutes in the intro, and then I'll set the printer rights over to you, and you can do the full introduction for the class and everything.
That's great.
Excellent. And by the way, you're coming in clear, so I hear good sound on this side. Then everybody hear us okay? Are we in clear? They're probably getting their a fresh cup of coffee or something. Oh, yes, there we go. Hi.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, I have an echo in my voice. Is it just on my side, or is it on both of our sides? Is that better? Mm-hmm.
You sound pretty well. I believe you people need to check your audio connection, your settings.
I have an echo. Check your settings. The basic troubleshooting is to one, settings. Two, if you're still not coming through, make sure you don't have like 5 other windows open, because that will cause a problem if you overload your system doing it in the middle of a WebEx. And then you can reboot into the session, and then the final one is to do a full computer reboot if that doesn't work. That's pretty rare. You usually have about, I don't know, usually it's about like 1 or 2% of the people have trouble with the connection. And there's also the option that you can connect via phone. If you have to install the WebEx app on your smartphone, once you do that, you could have your phone going and be logged in here too, if you need to. We get a couple people end up doing that. I have, let's see, voice is low. I'm, let me see, I am able to clear and loud. Listen real quick. Settings and connections. Oh, I'll help them on there. To officially start, let me just check the time here. Yeah, we got about 2 more minutes, and then I'll go through this. So a couple questions come in. Are you muted? Generally, the class is kept muted. You use the chat window. To the trainer to unmute you at times. Well, one of the problems is if you come in and everybody's unmuted, we hear the background of traffic, kids in the background, maybe somebody making dinner if it's evening, or my wife making coffee if it's me here. You add all that noise together, and it's just you wouldn't be able to hear everything. So if we do an unmute or an introduction or something like that, it'll be one at a time usually. And it just depends on the course, and again, it'll depend on the trainer and what's going on. So we'll wait 1 more minute for the last couple of people to log in. Deepak. Sana, we might do some unmute later on. During the first 15 minutes, so I'm doing the intro. We're not going to start everybody's mic out. We might do that later on. Again, it's up to the trainer and after he does his introduction. and just the class goes. I think we have 24 people here, so usually at that point, we'll class introduction. I don't know, are you going to do that where you do the class introduction and unmute everybody so they have a chance to talk?
Actually, I won't unmute you people just to avoid background noise and the echo problems. So I would ask about yourself, and I will request you people to write down about your introduction. I'll come to that after I introduce myself, and then I'll take you through Simply Learn what we are and what zone you are in. So after that, I will request you to introduce yourself in a specific format, because it's important for you people to know me and for me to know you as well.
So that's how we're going to do the setup today. And he'll get to that. He'll explain that when we get to that. That'll be, in about after we get through the introduction part. It is 1 minute after, so I'm going to go ahead and mute you, Shabam. How do your name? Let me make sure I'm hearing it correctly.
You're pronouncing it correctly. It is Shubham. Yeah.
Shabam. Oh, good.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm getting better at this. So let me. I'm going to go ahead and mute you now so that we don't have any background noise on that side of it. It sounds pretty clear on your mic. Simply Learn website will probably have a few people that may be their first time in. If they're lucky enough to have their company pay for it or some other entity pay for it, they may have just gotten their login. Once you come to the Simply Learn website, you'll want to click up here on the, whoops, let me move this box out of the way so you can see. You want to log in. There'll be a login here. Go ahead and log in whatever credentials they sent you for the login. Then you can click on My Courses. This takes you to the lmssimplylearn.com. If you're like me, you can put it under your favorites. You don't necessarily have to go through the main page through here. Because at the top, you can set up your own study plan, and it'll send you an email. As you can see, I'm a very lousy student. I only completed 3% of my study plan. This is actually just my Simply Learn account, so I don't do any studying in here. When you scroll down, different courses listed, and you'll want to go under Data Science with SAS. I have two different titles on there. One's Advanced and one's Data Science. Let me move this. These boxes you see floating around, that's actually the chat window. I have that open so I can see if you have questions as we're going through this. Going through here, you see on this is the main lesson on here. You do want to go through most of this in addition to the course. Remember, the best way we learn is repetition. If you can repeat it, the more you do it, the more you get your hands on, the more over the data, the more you're going to retain that information, take that into your profession. Quest that you go through, and they changed this on me. It was 80%. I think it's now 90% of this you want to go through. When you scroll down on the class, you'll see down here that it goes through the different projects. You have simulation tests. So you have different parts right here on the syllabus. As you go through it and you get to the end, you make sure you get through all of that. Classes, under the class tab on the left, you're registered. This is probably, hopefully you went in here and registered. Let's see my screen. I see from Prasanth is something shared now. Can everybody log in for the Data Science with SAS screen up? Yes. Once you're under your classes, sure, you'll see underneath here, if you've already registered, there'll be a blue button here that says Class Sessions. You click on here. That way, if you do miss one of these batch sessions and you want to try not to, you can download the session, or if you want to review it later on. I like to do that, especially when we get to some detailed stuff. You can go in there and just play back the session. On the upper right, make sure you install the recordings plugin for your machine. Otherwise, we won't be able to play the sessions on here. Projects, everybody gets excited about the projects. Towards the end, we'll go over them, and there's also extra sessions for the projects. You click on here, it says Read More. Oops, let me get into more. I'll talk a little bit more about the session projects. Come on, computer. Here we go. One of the things you see on here is it says the data is under, let's see, Resource Project will be available under the Resource tab. This is the Resource tab. It's going to be under your downloads. I'm going to show you where that is in a moment. Okay, and you want to get those downloads done. Once you've completed the projects, you submit button, you'll be able to upload screenshots, and it goes through that on here. And then gotten your projects, and they were okay. You click on the certification, and you'll be able to unlock it. And you can see you need to complete 85% of the video. on there, including the test and the sample tests and all that information. And maybe you attend the class. We're really for 100%, obviously, but they're looking for at least 90% on these classes. So you really take that information in and have a place to ask questions. What you're up to is learning tools on the upper right. Let me just click on the learning tools. Make sure you get these downloads. This is actually where you want to make sure you go first, is these downloads. Let me move my notes down here. Oops, there we go the way. Under the downloads, you have your SAS ebook. You have projects, which includes all the project information. Projects are up here that go over the different projects, and then you have your actual data sets and your SAS installation. Once you download these, let me see if I still have my folder open. There we go. So you'll have 3 zip folders. You really want to get these installed. You want to get these downloaded right away. And then when you go in here, underneath the SAS installation, this is, oops, I clicked on the wrong button. Let me go up here, installation. There we go. I go through these instructions here and get that SAS up right away. It's a bit of a process. I just went and did it this morning and realized I'd done it a while back, but you have to log in, create an account. Once you create an account, it goes through the instructions. Once you through the instructions, and we'll probably cover this later on in the lesson, then you end up going back and you may have to, you kind of got to jump out a little bit before you get all the downloads. You have to download VirtualBox and you download the disk image. I actually love playing with VirtualBox. You can see here's my VirtualBox. You can see I've got my SAS University Edition, which I believe is on RIP. So it's actually a Linux install on VirtualBox on your computer with SAS on it. If we get to that in the first 2 days while I'm here and you have questions, like I said, I love playing with VirtualBox. So there's your downloads. Make sure you get those downloaded. You have your manual. So your homework is to make sure you get all these downloads. Make sure you get your classes and install the plugin. Those are the 2 most important parts from here. And from here, we're going to go back. Take you back to the main page and the community. Very important, the community. If you come to community up here, you'll see that we have at the top big data and analytics. So if you have general questions and you're stuck on SAS and it's during the week and you're working on one of the problems, this is a great place to come in here on the forum. You can post questions on here, or you can just go down and find an answer on here. I've enrolled in data science with SAS. And then we have experts that come in here and answer them. You can see this one has a bunch of replies going back and forth, so people are talking on this one. And this is just questions. So if you have general questions and need help, this is a great source. All forums, if you scroll all the way down, you'll see Simply Talk. Now, you're only going to see Simply Talk as a registered member, so if you don't see Simply Talk on here, make sure you send a note to the tech support and let them know, hey, I don't see my Simply Talk. Simply Talk on here will have specific to the course. So if you have a specific course question or something coming up, you can scroll down and you'll find the SAS down here. Oops. Data science with Python. There's a lot of stuff in here, by the way. You also do a quick search on the top. You'll see there's a little strike icon on the upper right. So maybe I want to go search for SAS. A form here on SAS yet. So we need to add a form in there. I'll go ahead and send a note back to them. We've covered 3 areas. I've covered the main website. I've covered the community. And then the third area I need to cover is the support. Go back to the LMS. There we go. And the send a note in support is to go into your classroom. Also go to the bottom of any of the Simply Learn pages and you'll see connect with us. But in the classroom, you'll see up here in the upper right, support. We save this, so if you have something that's not showing up, your stuff is not downloading, something on the website, you really want to go right into that support and let them know right away. So if you don't see your session recordings, and it takes up to 12 hours to post them, you want to go in there into the session recordings and click on the support and say, okay, hey, this is what's on. They'll actually flag us in the back, and it raises what they call a ticket. And those tickets are assigned to people, and they're really quick to get to those and get those set up. Though if you can, save it for the class. And the reason I like to save questions for the class is because if you're having a problem, then I guarantee at least 2 or 3 other people are having the same problem. And And it also, maybe they're not having the problem, but it helps them to know, hey, this is something that's coming up. This isn't even think of, so it helps everybody else learn. So we're all on the same page and working together. See through the overview of the website and the different tools you have. If you remember correctly, we have go in, make sure you do your downloads, make sure you have your install for your plugin under the classes. So here's the quick reviews. Your homework is install the recordings player. When we get into the installation, like I said, their website, you have to create an account there. You go jump out, you jump back in. The download for the SAS image is about 2.3 gigabytes. So if you have a fast connection, great. But if you have a slower connection, it is a significant download. This back over, and I'm going to pass this back over to the instructor. Anybody have any questions before I send that back over to the trainer so he can do his formal introduction? Anna, yes. On VM box. Actually, I believe he goes over the VMware later on during the class. My first guess on that is that you click on New as opposed to going up to File and upload a profile. You want to go up to File and Upload. VMbox has a couple different parts to it. You do have to have virtualware turned on your computer, so it depends on the error. So you might send that to me in private, and then as I start uploading it and we get to that section, we might address that if other people have the same problem too. Okay, so you can send that note to me privately what the error is. Let me go ahead and get this over to your trainer and set him with presenter rights. Give me just a moment here. Make sure that screen comes up. There we go. Bom, you there?
I'm here. Very sure. Thank you so much, Richard. It was really very helpful.
Excellent.
Okay, adding to, before we start the introduction and all, adding to what Richard mentioned, how to install SAS, you can get access to SAS Studio with a web-based tool as an individual learner. So just sending across one link to all of you. So use this VM box thing that will allow you to install University Edition. Apart from that, if you want to use SAS Studio, it works on your browser only. You can follow the instructions given in this PDF. So allow you to use SAS as an individual learner. So SAS Institute actually gives this facility to actors, to learners, and to the students. Access Studio in different ways. So this is something you can access as individual learner. So we start the session. My session.
You for a curve there and start project early. That link, and they'll bring that link back up when we get to that. When he gets to that part of the class, they'll bring the link up again. There are two different options for SAS. One is to install it in VirtualBox, which is the instructions that come with the class, and one is to do it online. The online saves you from doing a lot of installation and extra instructions. So a bonus there, and it's actually really nice that they have that set up.
Yeah.
Are you ready on that? Let me go ahead and flip back. I see your
Yeah. Okay, so name is Shubham Pandey, and it's been a long time. I'm associated with Simply Learn. extensive experience as far as the training is concerned. So far, I have conducted more than 2,500 hours of training on different analytical tools and techniques, and I have trained more than 500 professionals till date. So we talk about my training experience. I have extensive experience in facilitating workshops on analytical tools and techniques. Because before I came back to corporate, so it's been quite a back and forth to the corporate and to the training for me. So I used to visit different companies, like I used to visit Citibank, and I have trained Citibank throughout India on different analytical tools and techniques, mainly on SAS and the different analytical techniques. I trained HP Global Analytics Services, ITC, PwC, Diamond Consulting, UB Group, Mospath Limited. I joined back the corporate, and I'm associated with Simply Done for more than a year. So, and my keys are in SAS, R, SPSS, W, X. I have worked on almost all the tools people are using in the industry. Statistical modeling, supervised and unsupervised learning techniques, which are the part of machine learning, is something which I do day to day. I'm working with a leading BFSI, advanced analytics excellence, and supporting their business strategy team. Previously, I was again a chief consultant, so my work has always been into strategy implementation, strategy creation, execution part using uh, so this is about me professionally. Apart from work, I like running, like writing. I love exploring new places and people. So it was about me. You'll get to know more about me as we will go along in this course. I time on the introduction of Simply Done as well. You must have explored a lot about Simply Learn. You must have visited the Simply Learn website as well before joining. So let me tell you, we have more than 400 plus courses, and we train more than 10,000 new professionals every month. And we are present in more than 150 countries. Look at our journey so far. On the left hand side, you will see only two red areas to see where all we have expanded the period of 5 years. We have largest collections of accredited certification training in the world. We bring in project management, digital marketing, big data and analytics, agile and Scrum certification, so on and so forth. So to your career upgrade, so you can fast track your career. You can do it at your own pace, at your own place. Ultra convenient, guaranteed, the quality guaranteed. It will give you, and success is assured. Program designs and develops course content are a unique, tried and tested learning framework, keeping latest industry trend in mind. So, if you master classroom program, it ensures that you develop the skill set in a particular field. It is structured learning path recommended by industry experts. So you start from the scratch, and our trainers and the style we have is so structured that will take you to the acme that will make you and professionals after the completion of this master program. On the completion requirements of the learning path successfully, you will be awarded the master certification of certifying you as an expert. And these master classroom program for data science, for PPC specialists, for IT service experts, for SEO specialists, and so on and so forth. On the referral program of learning, help your friends get ahead with your team. It's easy. Just enter their email address or socially, Facebook or LinkedIn or Twitter. And once your friends get enrolled, you can get a gift voucher. Okay, so you awarded for that as well. So, as this course is concerned, what as a part of concepts, those are actually very important. You should apply those concepts in real life problems. Is more important than that. So learn whether you are able to apply those things or not. That by the projects. Some very competitive, very projects here. Use those projects to get a feel of industry level problems. Submission is very essential part of this particular course. So analytics is concerned, along with their application, both things are very important. So if you are ready, you have to attempt the projects and you need to submit the projects within the given timeline. More help for your projects, you can write to us on Simply Talk or help and support. With project mentoring sessions as well. Project mentoring sessions, you can get your queries, your questions resolved in that session. We'll be taking you through the process of any kind of business problem, basically. Analytical project comes up, when any new business problem comes up, how you actually start from the scratch and actually get to the solution. That is something we are going to discuss in detail. And you have another option of consulting with our global teaching assistants as well. Let me tell you, this is something very important. All classes are very well structured. These classes are very well connected to each other as well. If a class will to the next class without go through the recordings, able to catch up with others. It will be difficult for you to catch up because they're linked together. So we encourage you to participate in all the lectures. There may be some issues, there may be some unavoidable circumstances that may lead you not to attend a per session. If it happens, you have 5 days of time. The weekdays, you can go through the lectures. So this my you to go through lectures before you come to the next class. Okay. So I think so. This is the first part, attendance. Second part, we always encourage two-way communication. It should not be communication where only trainer is speaking or unmute you to speak, but I encourage you to keep typing your problems, issues, and share anything with us from your experience. You can most welcome to do that. Believe I will not stone unturned. All will be answered. A question which may not be very pertinent at that time. Ask you to remind me at time and I answer that question at that time. These will be answered, but I encourage you to participate in the discussion. You will use to of chat box uh, in on lecture. Okay. Encourage you to participate and I will have a look at that. I will watch out for all those people who are participating. So engagement and intention is very important over the chat window and same thing on Simply Talk Community Center. So Simply Talk Community is something very important for you people to use to and start using. With the trainers, with your colleagues, you can take the discussion, you can uh, your views on a particular issue, your course, those things you can do on the Simply Talk community. Should use all that. Our sessions as well. Use the Talk community to get involved, your queries, your questions, and discuss the things. Performances which I'll be putting forth. So I'll also be asking you questions and I'll be making a note of all those people who are responding. So it's important for you people to respond to the questions as well. Part is the project submission.
Yeah, we're missing sound. Did you accidentally hit the mute button or something on your side? Are you there?
Yeah, am I not audible?
Okay, you heard for a second there. You cut out. So now you're audible.
Okay, so let me go back if I'm something.
Okay, and I don't think you started. It was right before you started flipping screens, so it would have been like the last sentence or so if we lost anything.
So just discuss that we'll be evaluating you these all parameters. The first parameter is attendance, then your engagement over chat box and over Simply Talk community. Responses of my questions and the quiz performances. This part is the last parameter is project submission. You know, can choose to get 60 days access of online self-learning course from any category that Simplilearn offers. Yes, record the sessions from SAS. Record you how to record the how to download the recording. You can download the recordings. Again, a very important slide. Time with all the participants to join because we have a lot to discuss. Okay, we'll be discussing only these conceptual parts. We'll be putting forth our own experiences as well that are very, very important. For all this to happen, we need sufficient time as well. So we'll be starting on time, finishing on time. So I request everybody to join the session at least 2 minutes before the start of the session. So your session starts at 7:30 p.m. IST. You should join the session at 10 so that you can resolve any audio issue or any technical problems, and you get for the time session starts. All participants are requested to use the chat box on their screen to raise any question or input related to the session. After session, once I close the session, there will be a feedback form appearing on the browser. It's very, very important for you to participate in that feedback form in survey. Important you as well as for us. So, an NPS survey. I'm discussing about NPS surveys as well. A very generic approach across the industry. Net Promoters Score survey. That's to participate in after the session. Second, polling activity, which will happen at the so we'll be observing a break of 10 minutes at the point. I mean, after 2 hours of learning, we'll take a break. Of during break as well, there'll be 2-3 questions which you need to answer as a polling activity, so that I could get to know how you are finding the session. Very important for you and for me. We have to make these all sessions valuable for. So it's a wonderful experience for all. For additions, you can request on help and support by using appropriate query type. I talked about myself. I introduced you a bit about Simply Learn. Now it's your turn to use yourself as well. So, while your introduction in the chat box, and I want everybody to type simultaneously. Let me first of all tell you what will be the structure. You should write your name, of experience, your experience related to is, I mean to say, to designing, related to programming, related to statistics, if you have any. It will help me to gauge the class, and it's very important for the participants as well to get us, because these are the virtual classroom rooms, and we'll be taking part in different kind of discussions. There'll be some people from manufacturing industry. There'll be some people from uh, cutting industry. Some people are from some other industries. So we can engage and participate in different kind of discussions and learn from each other. So let's start and write in a go. Let's not uh, keep ending after one statement. So write your name, years of experience, your past experience in a go, and then hit send. That will be. Please, everybody, let's complete this thing in 2 minutes. everybody. It's been a long time I have been into online training. This might be the first time, or you may not be very familiar with online training ways. Let me tell you, you can resolve all your queries through a chat window. If you're not able to resolve it that way, I will definitely unmute you. But unmuting everybody create a big chaos in the so I avoid that because we have a class of 33 students here. So believe me, you'll never face a problem. It's only a matter of for 2 sessions. You will very much get used to of this thing. Dr. Mukta has experience, vision and consultant in health insurance. 5 years of total experience, 3 years in ethics, dashboard, Excel, etc. Okay. Uh, has 12 years of experience in mainframes and SAP. List experience in SQL, in mainframes. 10 years of experience on ETL area and now working on Tableau. So wanted to enhance this stream. He is coming from 20 years of experience. He has no experience related to this course. Has 10 years of experience, 2 years in analytics in social study. Manish has 5 years of experience working as database and BI developer. Shant, a BTech and an MBA, has years of experience in IT, majorly in AP analytics. Okay. Niranjan has 8 years of total experience, 6 years Jack and Deloitte. Okay. He has 8 years of experience. Uh, he he was has 14 years of experience, ERP experience he has. Mona has 3+ of experience as business consultant. Has 5 years of experience in data and telecom networking. Was experience Brenda Whitley uh, employed by AT&T IT portfolio, supporting the digital experience clients. Has data experience but limited programming and limited statistics. Work data analytics in Excel. Okay. Has total experience of 8 years. Experience in Excel and business objects. Okay. Prasanna Madhav Rao has 17 years of professional experience. Was a manager new to data analytics and SAS. However, he has used Tableau on he is using Tableau on day-to-day basis to manage operations. 20 years experience. No, 80. Okay. BTech here. Experience. Ritesh 9+ years in ERP, 7 years in programming, but not in analytics. Parmar, Richard research 8+ years of experience in e-learning, gamification, cloud computing, LM instructional design. Nice. Has 10 years of experience, BTech and MBA. 5 years on digital marketing. I have experience with Excel and dashboard only. Has about 15 years of experience in MS technologies. Karthik, a data for healthcare company with 4 years of experience. Chris, 5 years of experience. Developer, no experience in analytics. And has 9 years of experience in banking operations. First career in analytics, just start. So much, everybody, for your introduction. Your introduction not only helps me to gauge the whole class, and accordingly, it also helps the participants to get to know each other. Because participating in several kinds of discussions, because I have this in my mind that I'm not teaching only the students. We all are here, so we can apply these all concepts in our work. So it is very important in the session. This course is data science with statistical system, data with SAS. So I'll think about SAS, and then I'll be talking about analytics. So I'm introducing you why we use SAS has edge over other tools, what all other tools we have. What is analytics? We're all using analytics. So basically, today's class will be learning the zone which we are getting into. The very outset, today's session is gonna be an introductory session. Basic getting to know what zone we are getting into. Believe this session as introductory session, but the concepts which we're learning in this session, the case studies, the experiences sharing here, those things I'll be discussing throughout the sessions. So request everybody to discussions. Come with the quiz you have any names. Okay. So let's see why SAS. So we have mission. Go through things, and then I'll be discussing why we use SAS. Have you challenges during data processing because of the size of the data? Have you the need to perform data operate on a specific requirement? Entering data being difficult because you could not manipulate it? Wanted to learn the more in and analytics technology? So all 4 points. That will be the answer why we use. If you talk about SAS, SAS is a market leader in tools are concerned. Uh, different projects, case studies with you, and you will get what events we have in analytics. But we talk about we have three building blocks of analytics. We have three building blocks of analytics. Your tool, set your technique, is your main knowledge. Yeah, what is the difference between SAS and R? Learn SAS, why we learn R? I'll come to all those things. Let's build our basics. So about these three things, I'll read it. First is tool, is technique, and third is domain. Tech and domain. With these three big blocks for any analytics project. With tool, why need a tool? When you put any analytics project, any problem which you are solving, the help of analytical you data list, and you get the availability of the data is in abundance. Okay, of the data is in abundance. I'll talk about that as well. Why this is so. So huge amount of data, our distribution, a lot of data, and we process that data. That data, we will store that data, and then we will use different techniques. Very simple tools like Excel. Excel can also do a lot of things. Excel is an awesome tool, but its limitations. So we need to grapple with huge amount of data. Excel is not the best tool for that. Tools as well, but that stands first is the most preferred choice of all this. As handling huge amount of data is concerned, processing huge amount of data is concerned. A tool, whether it is or R or Excel, so that we can deal with huge amount of data. We can store, we can access, and we can get the piece outcome. Okay, so we at that discussion, which tool is required for what kind of analysis, because this is a very, very costly tool. Not all companies would be able to afford the tool, because companies ultimately target ROI, return on investment. So on all those things, we'll have good on all these things. some data which will be structured, there'll be data which will be unstructured, there'll be some data which will be structured. So I'll be talking about different data types as well. So thanks for the response. Just hold horses. I'll be getting to all these things, all these aspects will explain to you in detail. Okay. So so about different types of data, which are which type of data, whether till that or not, what SAS can't do, all things will come. Okay. The discussion, I'm just discussing the building blocks. Okay. So we have discussed and we have understood why we require a tool. The second part is the technique part. You have got the tool, you have the data with you. What that? The data. When I say process the data, it is a very macro statement. It is a very vague statement. The data. Processing the data means we'll be applying different kind of technique on that data. Why applying different kind of techniques? Ultimate objective is to solve a business problem, solve a specific business problem. Some specific technique to be up to that data. We'll be learning different statistical techniques. We'll be learning machine learning techniques and be applied on data with the help of the tool. Okay, we're learning hypothesis testing, we're learning regression, logic regression, analysis. So these are different techniques. We'll be learning techniques are statistical techniques. Okay, so these techniques, and we'll be learning how to apply these techniques with the tool. The third is domain. What is so to what is a domain knowledge and how important it is? Let me go this example. Of a list, in that you get a person who is expert in tools. That person will be expert in any kind of programming language. That person will be an expert in applying any kind of tool to any extent for any business problem. What? Okay, so you get one person with young person in techniques. Person might be a mathematician. Okay. These two people would be able to solve any business problem. Only will be able to solve business problem. It will be for them. They can manage the data. They can manipulate the data. Can use different techniques. When output, interpret the output. It will for them to match the best requirement of the tool. So the most important aspect in analytics to keep this relevant to the objective business problem. So you have to match your knowledge, your mathematical understanding, and your learning, understanding. All things go hand. Okay. You have seen we have some very experienced people here in this class as well. This is very, very important. They need the domain understanding. They have understood the industry over a period of time. They have invested a lot of time understanding different nuances of the industry. One have optimum understanding of tools and techniques. Spin for any company. Because nowadays, airlines, the decisions with the driven the decisions were based on the gray hair. People who experience, only those people used to make some decisions on their gut feelings those days. Make decisions based on some empirically driven study. So, some very good experience. If we will get to know knowledge of techniques, indispensable for any kind of company. So, if you must all clarity about building blocks. SAS, we were discussing now, you must have gotten this understanding that you need a tool which can first of all handle huge amount of data. So if you worked on any project in the past, if you would have faced any challenge because of the size of the data, is the answer for that question. SAS is the solution to that problem. The need to perform data operations on a specific requirement. Like SAS has expanded its clinical. SAS has its own protocol research. It has its own module. Okay, so SAS developed its products, its modules for specific domains as well. That works so simple. At the back end, ropes inbuilt you want to invoke by writing some procedure steps of a line or two, and those will be invoked and you are looking for can be executed. So that's some interpreter. You have a very difficult task. The tools which were available, those tools used to give the information in fragmented way. The output you will see in SAS, the output will be so consolidated and so structured that to scramble from one page to other, from one technique to other. I think you will get, and that is easy for you to interpret the output. If you some new, okay, explore that for you. the doc which we have on SAS Institute's portal, self-explanatory. We learn from there and we can execute whatever new things are coming up. So always be relevant in industry if we have SAS with us. And it offers a variety of data analysis tools that deal with large data. So we discuss why. Now what? So variety. About how you lost. Okay, thank you. My loud problem with my voice. Okay, sure. Okay. So writing has never been that simple. Uh, Let me answer your question. Why don't more companies use SAS? That and for reason is the difficult for the companies to show the ROI. If work is completely dependent on the X, then they will go for a tool like SAS. It also has different modules. Uh, the kind of module, but only when you can afford that. For on cloud, yes, server-based SAS versions as well. I'll be discussing about server-based SAS version and about desktop SAS version as well. I use both of them. Okay. So I'll be discussing in detail. And I tell you, SAS is a very high genuine language. Progress is not a big deal. You write 2 lines of code and things will be very easy for you. It's a full general language. About the programming part and discussing everything with the help of the case studies. So don't worry about that. Yes. Another thing, we can use SQL as well with this environment. So that makes your job much easier. Those things. So about report writing, never that easy. If asked for report writing, it becomes like very easy for you. Macros are easy to build and to understand. I'll you how to create as macros as well. Mac create the recent approach to deal with write same kind of codes time again for different repetitive tasks. You can create a macro, is specifying the parameters which are changing. Okay, so we'll be learning this macro thing as well. We can do chemical and statistical analysis, testing and decision support it provides. You can do the problems operations research and project management as well, and go for applications development as well using SAS. Difference between R and SAS. I'll discuss this in detail, but to one question quickly at this time, I'll tell you R is a freeware. Anything for that. So, and I think R of course tool which access as open source, okay, but there are some are as well. So there are some bad things we'll be discussing in detail. Bad is it's a steep learning curve. So I'll also tell you how to grapple with the issues of R. So only the problems, I'll be giving you the solutions as well. So it's structure of simply learn. The learning of R will be the easiest in the world for you. So it's follow the structure completely. So steep learning curve, it has limited capabilities as well. If it has can handle any amount of data. Okay, actually it depends on the system. Okay, it does not SAS. So SAS can handle any amount of data. It's capable enough. So it's on the capability of the system. Happens in an extreme, you get one SAS license, and some people are working on R as well. So a machine of both the tools also work. Okay, so I'll be getting into all these things. So let's not jump the gun. As well, it's a very good tool. It has a well application when it comes to training. But Python, obvious choice of programmers, people who have coming of mind. People who are starting with the programming, who are starting with the analytics, can also learn and use Python. Using the tools at its time. So let's keep these all questions for that. Okay. So type your query or you are discussing anything. Get all participant option so everybody is on the same page. So page to answer your question, directly data issues with R are be used in conjunction with other tools to this issue. Okay. Let me discuss all these things at appropriate time. Yet we can use R. Okay. This is basically concerned with organizing, packing, and data. You must also observe this thing in the industry that the demand for SAS professionals has increased dramatically compared to other data analysis software professionals. So, even if Brenda, I agree with you, if you are a non-programmer, you will find the easiest. So, all these tools are easy to use. All these languages are very easy to use, provided you follow very structured pattern of learning. Your language is very easy, but SAS is easiest. SAS tool, no doubt that. For MIS as well, but it's the best for dashboarding. Uh, whatever tools I've used, I found Tableau best. There are other tools as well, MicroStrategy. You have different other tools are also there, but Tableau is very good in terms of yes, is one of the very good tools. But I find Tableau very good. Let's discuss the objective. Of data scientist SAS tool, apply data manipulation and optimization technique, one advanced statistical concepts like clustering, regression, decision trees, learning how to apply data analysis method to real world business problems, will and apply predictive modeling techniques as well. Provides an exciting range of learning modules for our eager learners. Analytics will be discussing multivariate analysis, business data management, analytics. Okay. You see some wonderful slides, some wonderful material as well. That'll make your learning very smooth and allow us to discuss more business part. So my we to make the discussion very relevant to the business. Different as well, different queries. Okay. science with SAS course has 32 hours of instructor-led learning, then 24 hours of e-learning, then hands-on experience with industry projects, live industry projects. This is the package of Simply Learn's data science with SAS course. Take the questions. Covering ML techniques as well. From likelihood techniques you are referring to? ML techniques will be learning logistic regression. Will also be learning decision trees. Okay. Let me move slide. Just give me a sec. Can you see? Thank you. So must all have observed this fact that analytics plays a vital role, not just in this, but also in various other fields. But to make let me this way, analytics is present in all possible domains. Okay. I'll not be covering SAS with big data. That will be covered in beta classes. I'll be discussing about Hadoop and big data. Let's yes, we'll be covering. I discussed about that. Let's talk about analytics. What is analytics? So, a scientific process that examines data to meaningful conclusion. It gives insights into information decision making. So, they are very straightforward definition, but let's discuss about a few keywords which are embedded in these two statements. I have a scientific process. What scientific process? And why a process? Okay. So Sanna is saying it deals with logics and algorithms. It's a process based on certain logics. Empirical evidences are there. Okay. Or discuss needed. Okay. Okay. Thanks so much for your responses. Let me tell you why it's called a scientific process. Yeah. Thank you for your responses. Okay. Thank you, everybody. So look at this diagram at the bottom. What do you see? You have data here, some data sources, maybe some sources, some data repositories, some uh, is on the cloud. So any data that might be, you are getting some data, applying analytical techniques with the help of a tool, and finally, you are fetching the insights and the decisions. I'll insights as well. So this is basically you do. At least said by most of you uh, about the word scientific, you actually create an algorithm, you use an algorithm, and you use not only for one instance, use the algorithm, the technique multiple times. What do you create? First of all, you always use algorithm, some logic or data, okay, and create a model. Yeah, yes. So you use the algorithm, using the algorithm, create model. The model to that specific data from you are generating that model. That model can be applied on other sets as well, which are coming from the same kind of circumstances. So with the help of analytics, we all create some models. Why all as models? Which are not coming by fluke. After the application of some algorithms, some logic, and those models you can apply on other assets as well. That you call it a scientific process. How and a model. So note this thing that create a model. The model, statistical model is there. What is a model? Idea about that? How many of you don't know what is a model? I said model. So let me discuss what is a model with that example. Agree, Brenda. Right on this. Shanti. So I'll discuss about the example of uh, technique called decision tree. Okay. So basically, let me put forth the statement first of all. What we want? We want to the viability of a deal. The deal in the pipeline. We want to predict the probability of winning that deal. Question. So the problem statement is that we have several deals in our pipeline and we want to predict, we want to find out the probability of winning those deals. What propensity of those deals to win, to get into customers. Any problem statement? To solve this problem, how? Let me, this one of the projects which I handled, so that give you an idea about any analytics project. Okay, give me a sec. Great. So I'll be discussing one of the projects which I worked on. It's like a project which I worked on long back. I was working in one of the consulting assignment with an Indian IT company. Indian IT company. I was working with marketing strategy, marketing strategy team. There were the pipelines which was required to get the probability for winning, and that project was actually started why I was asked to get project because the end deals were okay. And I mean to say new deals. New was the that company and deals were so actually divided into these three parts. These are those deals which are swaying with existing customers. So we already have some projects going on in the company. And looking forward, we are pursuing a need in that company. The company is already our client. The project's already going on. We are for another new project in that company. Those deals are EN deals. And deals are those deals which we are seeing for the new clients. We have not done any business in the past
with a company, and we have a new project inside that. That NND, new project. Okay, and E deals are those deals which own customers in the existing projects. So there is some additional work in that project for which you have to assess different business as EE deals. Anybody that? So I will reiterate if you have not understood. EM deals. So these are opportunities. These are the prospect projects. Okay. So these which are in the funnel, which are in the pipeline. So those opportunities, three categories: EN, NN, and EE. So E are those deals which we are our existing customer base. With customer, we have new project, and it's new customer, new project, and is a customer and an existing project. So these were the types. In these three types, and sorry, NN deals, the issue which we want to solve. We will get into the roots of why we are not able to do well in deals. So deals was a big issue. So to solve this issue, we were required to predict the ability with NN deals. That was the whole thing. Let's get into the details. So for deals, we have data, opportunity, of the we are looking for, or we are okay. So many variables are just putting forth them. Okay. So we had this type of data. I'm just create data for you. I wanted to find out the probability. Okay. So we have this information. We the probability of winning these opportunities. Now I would come to you. Let's make it a discussion. We will be taking this up in the classes as well. So then the discussion. So let me tell you. So let me ask you, how would you go about solving this question? So I put the problem statement, the end of you, to understand how you go about solving this problem. Anybody idea? So sir has his point of view here. For existing customers and additional projects, the probability will depend on CSAT rating existing one. So, officer, this study has been restricted to only an. Okay. Has a point here. Look at historical data on existing clients and what they choose, uh, what they choose, so you can share your deals for new. So let me of doing that type of project. Yeah. So that various parameters. I'm putting forth only these few. We'll do the trend analysis for the historical data, the organization capabilities for delivering the services. Okay. Yes, you have valid point. So you all have your point of view here. Thank you so much for your responses. Let me uh, give you my point of view and what I did in that project. What I did in that project, okay. What I did in that project, let me tell you, I did out the data of the past. I digged out the data of the past and digged out only that data were the entries. So for past 2 years, pick of past years, look at the parameters. Okay. But the thing which we had in the past data was the outcome. Because we know what happened in the past. So outcome we already had for all deals we had. So we had win, and understanding of what is about what is this category. Okay. And there is one point made by. So our deals are those deals which might be withdrawn by the customer. Those might be withdrawn at this moment, maybe because the company realized they don't have the capabilities to that project. Okay, so different reasons. So you just can't put deals into win or loss bucket. So third bucket is about bucket. Okay. Yeah, budget. So maybe there may be different other things. So deals you could not put into win or loss bucket. So you created a new bucket for those deals. That bucket is abort. What next? What I need to build a relationship between variable size, services, location, etc. There were too many things. With this, which is outcome. So I need to develop a relationship between deals and the relationship development using some specific techniques. The use techniques depend on our business requirement. First, second thing, it all depends on the type of data you have at hand. Okay, these all aspects, and I use here decision trees, card basically, classification and trees, and decision trees. So I used CART, decision. I left the relationship between different variable and outcome. From the past data, we got a relationship. Means, what do you mean by relationship? Relationship means the. I'll give you one example. Suppose, formula. Yes, formula you can call it. Okay. Formations. So I'll give you one example. For entity type X size more than Y, surface at L. There are 80% chances of the the kind of we got from the past data. Presented in the form of a tree in decision trees. In regression, you get the same in the form of a formula. Okay. There are methodologies as well. You have KNN algorithm, Bayesian algorithm. So there are many methodologies which can apply here. The choice I discussed depends on the business requirement and the type of data you have at hand. Okay. So got these rules, these formulas, these okay, and create a model out of that. So these rules, these relationships, these formulae, this is called the model. As a model because we are using it, not data. When that formula, that rule into other data as well. So we need relationship so that we can use it here. Because you want to know outcome. We want to find out the probability. Those rules into some other set. Because before we need to take out the outliers. Because that's so take out the outliers. Sometimes we consider outliers in analysis. Sometimes we treat them in a different way. Discussing about outlier treatment is a very important part. We are missing values. So we do all these things just because of that. That our model is generic enough. It will not become the property of this data only. Okay. So we create the model and then we apply those rules here. So suppose we got this rule that for opportunity type A, for size more than this, for cells S which are present at location L, the probability of winning is 80%. We'll apply that rule here and we'll get the probability of winning. Okay. So we go out analytics project. So I just gave you one example. Any question on this? With the project, I'll be discussing a lot of things. tell you here what all things we have to decide about. Do not get your question, I believe. If you have this package, will they buy a which you are referring to? Worked for that company. This company as an external consultant, and we already had the tools. Okay, so we do not go for buying anything else. So on the priority of the customer, are going to know that or not, what their expectations are from the project. Okay, so it depends on different things. So let me tell you what all is required here. And our discussion, when we started our discussion with tools, techniques, and domain knowledge, so picked up the data of past 2 years. Why past 2 years? Why not 3 years? Why not 4 years? Why not a year? Found out the output. It's difficult for any mathematician or any interpret the output. How we consider a particular outlier? Suggest you that this is the value outlier, but domain experts, you need to decide. You need to see whether it is actually an outlier. So those things we'll be discussing in detail. Just giving you the sense of what we have learned so far. So, huge data. Past 2 years data you are handling. You need a very good tool to handle that data. And you need a good tool to apply those techniques. So there is no problem in the place of okay. Apart the technique also the business objective. Like wanted to understand where we are going wrong. So only the probability is not going to help. If the percent, what? If the probability percent, what we will suggest a salesperson to do. So basically, we found out the rules, and from those rules, we found what is going well and what is going. So those which we are losing in those deals. Why doing those deals so that increase the probability of winning? If we are selling product X, probability of 20% only. Instead of X, why package the product X with Y as well, and in probability of winning. So that kind of things were actually analyzed and discussed in that. Okay, this have given you some idea of how we go about any project, and it will help you to understand different jargons as well in a better way. So understood now the definition per se. So it's the insights into the information to enhance decision making. Discusses insights. What do we mean by insight? Okay. When we talk about, if you get an email from the management that they want an insight of this issue, what that? So insights means for a fact you found out the cause of that fact, and it happens, what will be the effect? So basically, cause and effect relationship is something we need to find out, develop the insight for analytics project. Go performing analysis, you can call it as RCA as well, root cause analysis. Yeah. So go performing data analysis to improve the business, in historical data to look for potential trends, understand the effect of certain decisions, in the performance of the business basis of decisions taken. So fields which have been discussed here. Working with an e-commerce company and you want to run a marketing campaign to increase your sales, but you would need to analyze your existing campaigns, analyze the current business growth, collect the statistical information. These all things will come umbrella marketing analysis. By using their historical data, these companies can evaluate and forecast the future demand of their products. So that's a demand analysis. A multinational tire company and want to analyze the demand of tires at two different depots across the globe. That will be supply demand analytics. So different types of analytics as well. You have descriptive analytics, statistic analytics, predictive analytics, and prescriptive analytics. Actually, Gartner stuff defining and categorizing different kinds of analytics. I are discussing about these all types with the help of several examples. So, with descriptive analysis, you answers the questions like different segments of buyers are there, what economic is, what are they interested in, how do high level customers differ from normal customers, where are these buyers located. So this analytics allow you to break a big chunk of data into smaller pieces. So basically you summarize your slice and dice your data to find what this question can with the help of descriptive analysis. So if you are reporting the revenue of the company, revenue coming from different businesses, from different geographies, from different sales organizations, from different people, okay, from different marketing channels that come under the radar of descriptive analytics. We call and talk about diagnostic analysis. Used to go deeper into the collected data. It's concerned with what happened. That it focuses on why things happened. So further, why happened? You look at the data coming descriptive analysis. Let me tell you, there is no clear-cut demarcation line as such. But to make the step easier, to make learning more structured, we have defined it in these 4 types. There is no clear-cut demarcation line. Okay. So you have been exposed to data of from different geographies. Not to understand that the coming from Europe, very you will compare it with the past data. You will yes, last years the growth revenue in Europe was 4%. This it is only 1%. You can only look at the value. You can solve the problem. Okay, you can see what happened. If you need to analyze why they go further down, you drill down further into diagnostic analytics. In diagnostic analytics, you know what all products you're selling over there. This has dipped down. What type of sales people you deploy over there? What your competitors doing in that particular area? So you'll be further drilling down as a diagnostic analysis. This data, it uses different statistical data modeling and data mining techniques to study the latest and past trends to make the decisions. You might project which I have discussed AMIAC, analytics, and the reason tools we do that if the this and we are selling a product this in this the probability. So why happening that way? And as well. So that of predictive analytics. Last part is predictive analytics. Prescriptive analytics go one step further from predictive analytics. Prescriptive is related to both descriptive and predictive analytics. It optimizes decision making by determining the best solution, the big constraints. So, if you what has happened and for what might happen. So, prescriptive analytics is an end-to-end solution. I think more on prescriptive analytics after break. I'll be giving you one example of one situation of my experience that I'll be discussing after the break. That will take some time. So it's Weimar 90. So we'll take a break here. We'll come back here after 10 minutes, not more than that. So, but before you go for the break, have a cup of coffee, you need to participate in the polling activity, which I'm just launching in a sec. Participate in the polling activity, which I have just, it has been launched. Please participate in this activity. Go break, coffee, come back for the further discussion. Thank you. A quick response from everybody, whosoever is back. Brenda is back. Scott is back. Everybody? Okay. So let's start the discussion. Quickly let you know one. Let me concern. There are a couple of people who mentioned that the E is slow. You guys, you people might be aware of a few in there, but I have to take care of everybody here. It's very important for everybody to understand what this zone is all about, where we are getting into. The issues which I'll be discussing here, I'll be taking along these all things in my future classes as well. So in that way, it is very important for everybody to be focused on these things. If you know a few things already, free to share with others as well. Okay, so everybody can be benefited. So it is very important. Okay, majority of the people, like more than 90% of the people, speed, the pace was fine. Okay, and my pace will start increasing after tomorrow's session, and you will see all of you will be on the same page. Discussing about the prescriptive analysis. So I'll give you one example here, and that will also help you to understand how you uh, your in front of the decision makers. Uh, it's again a real story. I was working with the team of one of the FSI companies, and I was in their corp strategy and planning team, and the CMO of the company, marketing officer of the company, placed by a on the quarter team always required to present analysis of what happened during quarter and what is forecasted number for the next few quarters, based on outlook for the next few quarters. After the end of the quarter, release happens. I release for the public limited companies. Results are announced after the end of the quarter. So all things happen, and there is always hectic for planning and strategy teams. As I used to do earlier, I created my I did analysis, and I found numbers which we are expecting in the coming quarters. I used time series analysis looked at numbers of the past. Okay, past revenue numbers I looked at. I looked at trend. I used ARIMA, the called ARIMA, learning ARIMA modeling in SAS. This is only used ARIMA, and with the help of ARIMA, I forecasted the numbers for the coming quarters. That that deck I created, ARIMA, ARIMA. So, model I created, and with the help of ARIMA model, forecasted revenue numbers for the coming quarters, and I entered that analysis, the whole deck, to the CM of the company. I came through the data I considered, once I considered those are things I took him through, and finally, in the end, I had the numbers for the next quarter and for the uh, next quarter. Mission, finally, I'm expecting him to appreciate me for what I have done, but he has something else in his mind. He uttered, so he said, I've come up with these numbers, so what with these numbers? Yes, will be of some use for planning and all, but they are not that important for me. I get to know about the forecasted numbers from some external consulting firms as well. So, external consultants which also publish the outcome, the outlook of different companies in quarters. I can fetch from some other websites as well. Why of showing this deck to me? Company, we have used these numbers. Do you what you wanted me to do? With some forecasted numbers, those numbers are good, but those said get from some external sources as well, because the data past I looked at the data of past few quarters, I numbers, and then I analyze those numbers only. Yes, you are right. Really, what I did was forecasting, and I did use of the data which is publicly available. That for external companies as well. Different broking companies also had that data. There's no difference, nothing different I did in that case. Have access to all the company data, all the internal data. kept on asking me, used to all the data, you have access to all the digital data, you have access to all the financial data, you are looking at the corporate strategy level, you have to everything happening in the company which other people don't have, which people outside the company don't have. What expecting from you is to be the driver of this revenue. What all parameters, what all factors are driving this revenue number? Which is working, which driver is not working well? And driver, if parameter is not working well, what should I do for the expecting from you? So I wanted to find the of different marketing channels, effectiveness of different products, different sales organizations, impacting the revenue that is expected to do. And it's not getting this number. What do to even go on these projected numbers? That is expecting from you. So he's expecting me to do the prescriptive analytics. Yet, Manish, right? So this is what is wanted to explain to you in these all categories of analytics. We talk about the difference between forecasting and predictive analysis. Such a difference as such, but people use forecasting and predicting in a different way. For is something which I did earlier, which presented to the CMO. So forecasting is about looking at the past trends, extrapolate that trend for future. All this comes along with some if-then-else analysis. Always comes up with the affecting the variable of interest. So, difference, if you talk about the difference, as such in books, there is a clear-cut demarcation line as such. But I'm just telling you how people in the industry use terms. Any question? Okay. Analytics, customer analytics, industry focused analytics, financial analytics, performance analytics, risk analytics. Different types of analytics have been explained here. Customer analytics. Analytics is a process that helps organizations make decisions and deliver offers that are anticipated. Then you this per mind what way to go, okay, and it offers you the right to approach different kind of customers. Here. So, running some direct marketing campaigns. So some participants here which are not from marketing background. Any who does not understand what is a direct marketing campaign? Marketing campaign, don't worry. Direct marketing campaign, we reach our prospects through deals. So in marketing campaign, we reach our customer through different email campaigning. Okay. Emails. Okay. So this is your direct marketing campaign. So whenever you reach your prospect with any email, always like to reach your prospect with relevant advertisement. The products are relevant requirement to his or her needs, wants, and desires. You don't want to advertise those products, those services that are no relevance to that prospect. That thing you always need to keep in. So you just can't send across a generic mail, control the products, all the services to prospects. That would be marketing then. Marketing is all about customized campaigning. So suppose a list of prospects and reach them through direct marketing campaigns. It's very difficult for you to create a million mailers because the wants and desires of those prospects. What you do in these segments, you bucket different prospects in say that each bucket has the kind of needs, desires, priorities, and preferences. You out mailers segments. So that you basically do customer analytics. You create a segmentation. You do it basically. So marketing strategy, when you talk about 3 steps: A and P. Session, first segment, you target, and finally you position your product or service in the mind of the customer. Discuss one more example with you. I asked about direct marketing campaign. Marketing campaign. We have other marketing channels as well. On one of the projects with IT company, again the IT company. In that project, I really decided marketing channel. Basically, effectiveness of different marketing channel was analyzed project. So there were about 9 channels we used to target our customers. Okay. And what we used to do, we go the direction of a marketing channel by our experience of the past or by our gut feeling. There is no empirically driven approach to select a specific marketing channel. So I use cluster analysis and I create the segments of different prospects, and in those segments, I found out which marketing channel having one best the segment of prospects. The prospect targeting strategy was built using different approach. So it was also a very project and gathered a lot of ideas because of that. Any question on this? Please let me know. Yes, agree. Okay. Brenda, for sharing this with us. Means. So different projects have different requirements. The project which I discussed with you earlier, very predicted the visibility of the deal. That project was a big project that took around 25-30 days. Okay. Analysis a project that took some time because I had to collect data from sources and there was a lot of issues as well. That took around 40 to 5 days for me. So it's on the type of project you are having. But tell you, time into data first understanding, then data preparation. Three steps consume 80% of the time. Any question? It depends again. You have a very well analytics teams in your organization. When you go for any external company, okay, picking up an analytics team costs a lot. There's on many other factors as well. In B2B organizations, they have this in their mind. People are moving analytics in a very rapid pace, but have this misconception in their mind as B2B companies are concerned that business depends more on relations that does not require a lot of analytics. So they work in a different fashion. They go for consulting companies in that way. Financial analytics, a very big domain of financial analytics. Different models are built. Okay, here we go for analyzing different cash flow statements, balance sheets, income statements. Okay, that is a part of financial analytics. Let me discuss one project which I did for financial. This actually, I have always been part of marketing strategy. This project I actually did sales team as well. So let me take you through that. Questions here. So I think let me answer your question. It's a good question actually, and it is a very relevant issue when we kind of analytical technique. What kind of which technique I should be using? So it's on what are looking for. What reality for? Second thing, it depends on the time constraint. Third, it depends on the preciseness as well. You want to predict for whom to be positive or okay. You want it for a person uh, in which will catch it's not catching up a hush uh, here in life. Okay, so this can be done by several techniques. Okay, this can be done by regression analysis technique, logistic regression as well, decision trees as well. There are many techniques which can be used to analyze to get to predictive number. Okay, we need here the technique which is the reliable, which can give us very precise result. Preciseness is the most important thing. At times, it is not about the complexity. If you're a search engine want relevant web pages to appear on your screen, you don't want to be wise. You want the outputs. You want the results to be shown on the screen very fast. You filter out what you don't want later on. So it's on what type of analysis you are doing. There are factors which you consider, and again, different kinds of data come up with different kinds of complexities as well. So to that data, you have to decide the type of technique which you will be using. using usage of accounting principles and all that is related to different reporting purposes, but we are talking about the analytics. Here, looking at solving a particular problem statement with the help of financial data as well. So, I give you one example in the live project which I did. So basically, first the point we called. So basically, we wanted to decide the targeting strategy. Decide the targeting strategy for these people. How a salesperson should target a particular a list of prospects, and we wanted to the target strategy for each prospect. That's the problem. Targeting strategy is divided into two parts. First part was this was based approach. Who can these two types of strategies quickly? Is a margin-driven targeting strategy, volume-based targeting strategy. Thank you so much for your responses. You are almost, you all are actually almost there. Yeah. Based approach we use to basically in market share. I'll give you, I'll explain to you in a very simpler way. I'll explain to you. You have some target end of a quarter. Let me give to you. Suppose you have to earn $100 at the end of the quarter. Just for example, okay. No matter how you earn these dollars, you have to earn $100 at the end of the quarter. With volume-based approach or margin-driven approach, you have to earn $100. That on your prospect, the company which you are targeting. So companies have different kind of priorities. Different type of industries have different kind of priorities. Selling a product P, Okay. What mean by margin driven approach? One approach, as you all mentioned, it is profit based approach. You always try to increase the margin. You try to increase the profit from an individual prospect. Volume based approach is concerned, you focus on you focus on the number of prospects you can convert. Because if you look at number, that depends on two factors. Number of multiply profit. Earning, and this thing make 100 to this number 100, you work on these meters. You can work on number of prospects, or you work on profit. Both as well. If you want profit, then it will you to on the number of prospects as well, because then you will be required to invest huge of time on individual company. So what focus on is okay. You will focus on generating more and more profit from indies. Value-based approach, you try to increase your base. You will try to increase. You will try to target as many customers as possible, as many prospects as possible, even giving you lesser margins, so that at the end of the day, you are able to this number 100 with me. Good. So it was a very important means leads. Means the companies which we are targeting. Okay. Leads. Question. I understand there are people from different backgrounds. Yeah. Okay. This is something which we wanted to arrive at. How I went up this project. I'm telling you, you people also read these type of things in your companies after going through these all courses, and then I discussed all things. How I approached to this problem. You let's discuss among ourselves and see would you approach this problem. So let's spend 1 minute and see. So how you go about solving this question? Can you tell me? I will look at the historical data, look at the data on current clients to get margin-driven product lines. Volume generated generating revenue, then I will use volume-based approach. Okay. Thank you so much. You are very much there. How I approach this problem? Explain it to you. I looked at our existing client base. I pulled the data of past 2 years. Okay, so I had this information. Thank you, Monisa and Ashish. Thank you, Puna. Thank you, Brenda. I had this data basically. The new customers, revenue, EBIT. People who are not from finance background, who don't understand finance, don't worry at all. As margin. Okay, margin. Interest and taxes. But people who are not from finance background, don't worry about that. More on part. Okay. People from healthcare background as well. There are people from supply chain background. So there are different type of people we have in our class. So we focus on part. Brenda, you are right. Thank you so much. And I encourage others as well to point of view, okay, to make this class more interesting. Otherwise, these 4 hours difficult. Okay, so keep participating, keep discussion. Let's make it to communication. I appreciate Brenda. So in the data, the name of customers and margin. As well, what we have, the name of the prospects. We wanted to friends. The thing we will look for. This we didn't know. Problem. Okay, so how I approached this problem, I'll tell you quickly. I actually put parameters, the financial ratios, is all customers. Financial, like don't worry about these all things. Current okay, new growth, okay, a factor we get from Bloomberg data, that is your grade parameters. So, what found out from some external data sources, what data sources I use for that. For capital IQ, there's one data source, capital IQ. We actually had the sense of capital IQ. I had access to Bloomberg as well. We fetched the financial ratios, customers. A health grade basically tells about the ability of the company in terms of investments. Okay, so I picked up around 15 to parameters, I believe. Okay, and I actually picked up these financial parameters uh, uh, actually parameter, there is one thing given to different customers by Bloomberg. It is based on financial parameters, and they give different grades from A to Z. Okay, so A grade to A plus, B plus, B minus. Those grades Bloomberg gives to different customers. So investors can decide about different this of investment. Okay, so talking about these all things, I'm just mentioning these all things so that an idea of how the real life projects are solved. So set up these all parameters so that I can characterize a particular company. Okay, a company can characterize these financial parameters only. So I build a model that helped me to find out the a particular customer to revenue or margin driven customer. So I categorize these customers into minus S M, sorry, the segments. Customers who were revenue as well as margin driven. There were customers who were not revenue driven but they were margin driven. So these type of segments I created, and I found out the relationship between these and variable segments. I did this for the prospects as well. For prospects, I could fetch these parameters, and with the help of this relationship, found the segments in which these prospects are falling into. This is how I went about this project. So it involved some financial understanding and involved some marketing understanding as well. Industry as well. Yes, I took industry. I told you I took around 15 to 18 parameters. HC was a very important parameter. That means because if you'll get into the real life things, I could get the data of few companies. I could not get the data of parameters. There are many values which were blank. There are many values which were outliers. I had to detect outliers. I had to find out the value treatments. Okay, those all things I had to do. Okay, so in the applications were done. So let me take up the industry. So there were two parameters, but basically I wanted to discuss with you how financial analysis, financial analytics can be performed. So these are very projects you can also recommend in your companies as well. Performance let here we in performance of different businesses, different business units, different employees. Okay, performance analytics is a practice of using data and technology to study how your business is performing, to constantly making it better. Management performance of employees is monitored on a regular basis depending on expected outcomes and go for different analysis. About risk analytics, for the of a predicted future, evaluate a project's success or a failure. Prerequisites of every session. So this session you don't need to know anything prior session, I believe, to explain you all the jargons as well, whatever jargons I'm using. But you need to understand the business. That is very important. Okay. Just, it is beneficial for you if I'll kind my discussion to only tool and the technique. That knowledge you can gain from some open source databases as well, YouTube videos as well. You can get to know about many techniques. You can learn any tool, but the end of discussion difficult to find. So if you don't know anything, the best way to learn and to be is keep asking questions. As the time is concerned, you don't need to worry about the time. We have these 4 hours dedicated for learning this zone, and the quiz, the which I'm discussing here, these all things will be carried forward in the discussions of the future classes as well. So actually build your fundamentals. Sorry at all the time. it's very easy for me to start discussing codes. It's very easy for me to start discussing statistics. But, statistics, matching your coding with the business is something which I'm targeting, which will be beneficial for everybody. Okay. Thank you. If we talk about analytics in general, in analytics, knows the future. Nobody has a control on the future. Future is uncertain. What it helps you with is to measure the uncertainty. Help you to measure the uncertainties of the future. That is basically do in all analytics projects. That you do in risk analytics as well. Quantitative and qualitative ways. Intuitive, it quantifies the possible project results specific to a project. Numerically evaluates the possibilities of various adverse events, companies' losses. As qualitative, they are almost all risks and is not numerically defined. Define various project-related threats and risks. Determine the extent of risk and propose corrective actions. In the banking industry, credit scores are built to predict the individual's delinquency behavior and is used to represent the credit worthiness of each individual. So fraud ethics is a very important area to understand that part. What ethics of the past customers, we look at the characteristic of customers and behavior in terms of committing fraud. Okay, and those models, those rules we apply on the new customer, and we new customer accordingly. So that as far as tools are concerned, there are various tools we've been discussing. UW, Excel, R. Okay, but for SAS, one of the best tools to visualize data is users understand the nature of the customer processes and manages large and complex data sets, works with multiple variables, track all the operations of and generates output, provides better physical user interface, graphs, regression results, and summary statistics. Enterprise minor also can be learned. You need to visit institute's website, and they provide some on demand for academic version or using e-minor as well. I did recently. They used to provide it like years back. Yeah. So analytical techniques, clustering technique, discussed one example with you where I uh, create search the effectiveness of different marketing channels. I suggested you to use cluster analysis for segmentation. We go for different direct marketing campaigns. Analysis, I do example where I presented the forecasted revenue numbers for the quarters. The CMO, I told you that thing, and vision is something where we the relationship between the variables and the variables which are impacting that variable. Trees as well. I discuss how we use this tree will come later on, but what we do in that, I have discussed that. Possible to do the project using university edition. Yes, it is similar to grouping. It is similar to creating the segments. Cluster, you divide your target audience in different segments such that each segment maximum possible homogeneity, and different segments are heterogeneous. Okay. So these all things with the help of different examples take you through these all. So cluster analysis, we talk about, it is a process of grouping abstract objects into classes of similar objects. It is involved in the process of data mining. It is in various applications such as research, pattern recognition, analysis, and image processing. Classes is used in find the segments of different images. Have you ever wondered what do images we get from CCTV cameras placed at public places, at booths in malls, okay, or you see different CCTV cameras, different images, the whole how we analyze those images, the images which are captured by the satellite, how those images are actually, it's difficult to get each and every image. So we clusters of those images. Those clusters. So we do in so clustering technique, which I'll be discussing not in SAS classes. In our classes, it will be discussed where how to clusters of data pieces. Okay. Yes, for communication channels as well, we can do the cluster analysis to improve the performance. Regression. I discussed this example with you where the CEO of the company asked me to find the parameters which are affecting the revenue. So analysis, I found out those parameters which were actually impacting the revenue. Found out the relationship of those parameters with that of revenue using regression analysis. This is you the relationship between different parameters. Again, you look at the data of the past, you out the rules, you find a formulae, and that formulae, those rules, you present in the form of a tree. That is your decision tree. This is you look at past revenue numbers I looked at in that project is number which I discussed with you, and from the past trend, extrapolated for the future. That is time series analysis. I'll be discussing all these things in big detail in coming classes, but only an overview. But I wanted to discuss as an introduction a good time left with us to actually install SAS is that using can be done as well. I'll take you through which I have shared with you. Just give a sec. Idea for you to access SAS that way. Document which I have shared with you. PDF. Thank you. Explained all the steps required to access SAS Studio. Let me again. Yes, sec. Yeah, you load the document from this link. Great. So, watch here. Copy this link. Paste this link here. Hit it. That take page. Come to this page. Get to this page. what you now to click on Get Started. Once you're here, you have three options here. Your learning path. You can choose to learn SAS as an independent learner. You choose to learn SAS as, or you can choose to learn SAS as an instructor. Okay. The document which I have provided to you that helps you to get access to SAS as an independent learner. If you will access SAS as a student, my course, and you will access to add mails. Okay. You get access to upload any new document. Okay, so that way you will not be able to learn it in a comprehensive manner, but you will get access to SAS. Independent learner, you will be able to upload files, you will be able to create your own library, you will be able to reports and do anything you want, as that access is given as an independent learner by SAS Institute. Okay, so that way you can do that. So once you will click on independent learner, SAS you these all steps very explicitly. It asks you how to register yourself. So first of all, you register yourself. You can go through these videos as well, how to register yourself. Registration application, you can click. You have to put your first name, last name, email address. Okay. Don't forget to set the current you are in right now. Okay. Submit it. After that, you will get an email from SAS Institute, getting a confirmation that you are registered and you can access SAS Studio. You will get your name and the password, and that mail only you will get the link on page. You can mention your user ID and password. Your ID is not your email ID. So you need to remember your user ID. So I also explained you all these steps very explicitly. To register yourself and got the mail. The mail might take some time. Okay, I got the mail. Some people it might take some time. Okay, don't worry. The mail you can studio. So you people, your respective emails for institute take some time, but I'm sure by tomorrow you will be able to access that. So if you come to the class tomorrow, please that you have access to SAS Studio either through this document in this way, because it works on the browser and it's very, very easy, immensely easy. Or you can load then access that. But in case I urge you people to get access to studio before you come to the class tomorrow. Let's not waste our time installation and these IT issues. Let me discuss about this tool SAS. And let me take a few questions here, then we'll proceed. Let me see what question. Independent. You can okay, VMware virtual machine for SAS, you can do that as well. But it's easier. So let me talk about SAS programming now. Before we will enter into different statistical techniques. I'll take you through programming and to understand the nuances of SAS programming. I'm taking you through some cases. The classes which you are gonna those classes will not be core conceptual classes. I will be discussing business. So with the why learning is something very important. So all these concepts will be taught you using some cases. Which in industry or let me tell you about my company. I use SAS day out. I don't need any VMware at all. I can use SAS as a desktop version, and I can use SAS server as well. Let's discuss about SAS server edition as desktop edition in a more detailed way in a minute. Just give me 2 minutes. I'll be discussing about that. So let me send across those cases to you as well. Just give it. here for CSV with you. Uh, yeah. You these three files. There's one file with the name claim insurance dot .csv. There's a file with the name Bene insurance dot .csv, and the third file is a document which contains questions. Okay. So these files in a desktop, because it may and will be wasting time if I keep sending across these files to you. Don't save it, and then later on they keep complaining that they have not gotten file. These three files I bring you through different kinds of concepts with file from this case study. Okay, these CSV files need to be saved as CSV files only. Don't save these files in Excel format. Please save these files in CSV format only. And how to save in CSV format. There are words with these things. Just a moment. So while doing, you need to set C format, computer, C format, or MS-DOS if they don't have this option. If they're in some earlier versions of Excel, C format is this C code delimiter, this one, or MS-DOS. Okay. About SAS now. You save in CSV, that will not visible then. Need to save it in doc format. Yes, so there's some questions. It is a document. Okay. Yes. Do it may time. Let's discuss about SAS Studio, which actually offers for purposes. Browser-based tool, and you need to upload data or use that data. So SAS Studio for professional purposes. Professional purposes, never like to access your data. If used for that purpose, other that Studio can't be used for huge amount of data. For academic purposes, but we use SAS in the organization. Use two types of SAS versions. I use the version of SAS and also use of SAS. No, we will be discussing E minor. We're discussing only SAS Studio. Okay. As Enterprise Minor is a menu-driven tool, it's very easy to use as the usage part is concerned. It is costly because capability of some techniques with utmost ease. So, can anybody highlight on the difference between server-based SAS and desktop-based SAS version? It may take some time, so don't Brenda, send the email and get access to SAS. Version is where is published. Desktop version allows you to develop. Okay. Anybody else? Version of SAS and server-based version of SAS. Okay. Okay. So let me explain. For process. Let me explain you what addition about and how it helps you. And we use desktop versions as well. Server-based version is very similar to what I have here. SAS Studio. So SAS Studio is also a server-based version. We upload the data on the server, and then we import data into our library, and then we work on different SAS files. That is, we go to in SAS Studio, and the same thing in versions live on the server. So, we have our own cloud. We have gotten the space in the cloud. That's a private space, and we use that space to upload different data sets, and the data sets are available to users. Okay, so there are some data sets which are very heavy. Those data sets would be very difficult to distribute otherwise. So server-based version of SAS allows you to give different data sources to relevant people, okay, in manner. So if you are working on a project and you want access to some specific data set, you access to that data set or server. You do have to get the data set through other medium. So it becomes very easy for you to get access to any data source project. So that server WordAS helps you a lot. In desktop version of SAS, you will be able to access only those files that are present in your desktop. You will be able to access those files directly from your desktop. You don't have to upload your data on the server before you can process your data. Okay. This thing different between server-based SAS version and desktop-based SAS version. There is one issue with server-based SAS version. If there are too many users using SAS simultaneously, the processing speeds a lot. So it is slower than desktop version. Desktop versions are very fast. Of desktop version of SAS is very fast because the server is your machine only in case of desktop version. So they run only on your machine. They are independent of others. Whereas if you talk about server-based SAS version, the processing speed depends on usage. The number of users using SAS at that time. Okay, which find very good with server-based SAS. Sometimes, so I stay very far from my organization. It's about 2 hours for me to reach from my organization. Sometimes when I need to run a bit, I press a run button, and by the time I reach home, executed. I have to keep my laptop open all the time. I run the query and hit the run button, and then I can close the lid of my laptop and then check it maybe hours. Okay, so by that time it keeps running on the server. I don't have to keep my laptop open all the time. Okay, so that way I find it very useful. So from data access, it's also helpful when I need to run some big queries. In the desktop version of SAS, I have to keep my my system should keep working. Okay, this is the difference between desktop version and based version of SAS. Any question? The space which you are getting on the cloud is a private space. no problem as far as the uh, security is concerned. Your data will be secured. I work for a BFSI uh, company, and they are a leader in industry. So all the data is very sensitive, and all data lies on the cloud. So there's no problem as far as data security is concerned. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Precisely, if we have will allocate more server, then it can be offset. A few more questions. I had one question from customer example that you discussed. How do you convert CCTV footage in some readable data by SAS? So Chiranjeev, the thing which will not be taken care of in these classes. We are focusing on uh, the data which will formed from image to the picture data. Okay, that part is a part which will be handled by a different experts. So those have expertise in putting image data into picture data. Okay, so different thing, all different field altogether. So if you learn about DAP, digital signal processing, it will for you to understand how you convert the pixels into the data. Domain. We will not be discussing about converting image into structured data. Yeah, again altogether. Okay, to summarize quickly, server-based SAS versions you can place huge amount of data cloud, which will be much safe to use. Okay, then you can give access to the users. Okay, use the data effectively using server-based versions of SAS. As top versions of SAS are concerned, this version can access data which you have on your machine. Yes, you can connect to servers. That is a different thing. That you can always connect to different data sources, but it's not automatically connected. Okay, and I also discussed about RAM on the server. Those parts are also important. Let me tell you, I'll be using this version, some demand, a UC version as well. Okay, so prefer if you use on demand for academics. Yet to discuss about different kinds of programs we have in SAS, but I believe we have very less time left in the session. We have only 7 minutes to go. So I'll actually discuss about steps and data set steps in SAS. What is the difference between the two, and we can use them in a set. So we'll be learning about to upload the data, how to import the data, then how to work on that data into us. This case study. So I'll bring you through all these questions. Okay. I'll bring you through SQL part, and same case study I'll be discussing in it so that you can compare how base SAS and SQL are different. Okay. So those discussions will happen tomorrow. I'll not be discussing any further in today's class. Let me tell you, unstructured data, if we talk about, all data is out of the discussing some unstructured data for sure. Converting images and converting videos into Max is something will not be covered in these classes. Yeah, I'll be showing you how to create permanent library. So these all things we'll be discussing in detail. Yeah. So I would be talking further into this class. I highly appreciate you people for responses, for discussion, and I highly encourage those people who were not a part of the discussion today, who saw from the discussion, please don't do that. Take discussions, questions, raise concerns, whatever experiences you have, share with other people. Let's make it a live class. Let's make these 4 hours the best time of the day. Okay? Investing a lot of time and money as well, both the things. So much. See you tomorrow at this time. And before you close the lid of your laptop, please participate in the survey which will appear after I'll close the session. So please participate in the survey. Thank you so much for your patience. Because of that only I could discuss these all examples, and I'll keep discussing my own experiences because I have spent a huge amount of time in analytics, and I have gotten the exposure of ultimate level working with the top executives of the companies. So it will be very interesting for me as well to get to know about your experiences. Thank you.